Can't move that. Oh my gosh. Chaos. I don't even know what the penguin looks like right now. Yeah. We got the ruler out. Chat was all messed up. Hey. Live chat, and I need to join my own stream in case bots show up. Hi. You got a game against Shock 455. The alt is going way up there in high funds. Right? One day before the 100th. You saw balsamic and strawberries at Costco. Did it have the black pepper? Those are good. This game is looking interesting. I don't have anything planned for the 100th. I should, though. You demand that Talos gives you his username so you can stalk his graveyard. I definitely captured this. A battleship and bomber. So much invested. There was even a base skip over here. I'm so close to just being able to sit on the base. Just run a transport plus infantry tournament for the 100th. Well, we have our fighter. It's gonna be very hectic. I imagine these guys want to unload over here. I mean, I do get to force something to be built here, which is nice. I have the problem of not being able to lock this because of the Javier power. Demand my name? Or you demand Talos' name? I don't have any. I don't think I have anything. One, two, three, four, five, six. You just build a battleship down here, but that's very good. I might just go for these properties, since I already have the strong forces here. How's it feel to have Pingus as reindeer? It's a privilege. think we do delay this. Even if it is somewhat unimpressive. I could build my own Neo tank here. Might have to. I don't think the battleship plan really gets anywhere because the join cap is too strong with the power anyway. Leave this airport way too long. You get to zoom on over here. I could try and bust my way through. Build like anti-airs and just try and attack down here. Because I have a huge choke point problem. I think the snake might have to go over here because of the black boat threat. You can also build a sub. I don't know how much damage this bomber would do a sub. Knock me down to like probably 6. I heal up to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't even reach the battleship in one turn. I don't think it's worth it. Hit the black boat and start threatening this rocket. That's probably what I do. Then from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Doesn't quite cover. You can drop off over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tank is on its way. The question is, do I just ignore this infantry and start heading for these properties? Just go for these properties. Yeah, this guy can go. It's not so bad. I don't think this guy can do anything other than just stand on the harbor. We'll just start walking for those other cities. Put another infantry here. I'm thinking medium tank there. Just keep up copper production. I can understand the temptation. And then the question is, do I retreat and hit, leaving open the slot, or do I just sit here? Don't play like the AIE must resist. I think the copter production is too important. Yeah. Oh, 5, 6, 7. That is a problem, though. It's not that bad. Okay, that's fine. I was looking at how scary is it of my base getting locked here with the bomber staring at it. Then the Neo tank can get it if somehow this stuff gets cleared, which I don't think is possible. I just hit there. Other choice is, do I start breaking this down? I think without an anti-air build, I probably don't. Strike back. Harbor could be sat on, so maybe I do. I could always, yeah. Also sit on this harbor myself. Great, can do that. Not Sturm. I really don't want to get into a naval battle. The Sturm Navy is just going to get completely trounced by Javier. You want an apple? Here, you can have an apple. There you go. Stream's not over yet. There was just an apple requested. Nom. Did I have the bow tie on? I shouldn't have. I'm not doing replays right now, or anything formal. I think we'll just sit here for now. think I don't attack here. If I could, I would swap positions. But if I leave this spot, it just lets one of these infantry unload there. And it's not like I have a great attack against this guy anyway. Yeah. We're just gonna casually stand there. I think we'll let them go for this block here, and I'll just run some infantry attacks of my own. Six. I think I am going to start breaking this down. I think my Neo-Tank, yeah. Next turn the Neo-Tank can break this. And if a Mega Tank is built here, I can block with the Medium Tank and force something to block the Neo-Tank, I guess. That can't be right. There's not really a great other option for it. I don't want it to sit in front of the city, because then you can play something that... because then the Neo-Tank can't bust something on the city to let them take it. Or not the city, I don't want it sitting in front of the base. As for, should I break the pipe? Probably not. I needed to get a rocket earlier at the top. I don't know if I could have even afforded it though. No, I could have. I need to not buy a Neo-Tank on the bottom. If I wanted to try and hold that double comm tower situation. Ooh. Okay, there's an artillery there. Surprised that Slurp revealed that. Huh. Probably join this. Keep the pressure on over here. Join up to 9. You take that out? You might. Nice. That's very handy because now this forest is open. There's a tank over here. Definitely not diving in like that. I can go in with my recon here, covered by this medium tank. But it's probably better to just wait a turn so I can have both medium tanks and all the copters involved. In the meantime, I can bring this artillery over here. Some lovely mech support. I will join this just to be a little safe. put you here in case of a wrapper. The wrap around. I think I go here for vision. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can hit the outskirt forces. I want to place this just out of vision range. Of this recon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd also like something that can actually hit that artillery next turn. So I might have to end up with multiple turns of setup there. Unless I want to try and just use a copter here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Copter here makes sense anyway. We'll put the medium tank in the trees. It's not quite in range. But it's a nice... no, I probably should have had it covered by the other medium tank. So more towards here. Although the main thing that's going to hit it is probably copters. And in that regard, it's pretty safe. Next thing is what to do with this mech. I can put it here. I can put it here. The advantage to being here is that the mechs cover each other. The advantage to being here is it's harder to snipe. I think it's fine to be here. Then again, if it's here, it does also make this harder to stop, which also protects this mech and artillery. Okay, I think I convinced myself there. I can put the tank in the woods. No, I think the tank's going to join this fight. So we'll put you here. Do this. You can heal up, ready to run away. The penguin blinks whenever I blink, or is it just random intervals? It's random intervals. Sorry to break the illusion. It's both. So when you have a game, your overall always is compared to the other person's overall, and then the modes are also compared. I should have this over here just in case. I might have had it run back the turn before. But I should have an anti-air just in case some copters show up over there. I'm probably not going to attack next turn. I think I'll wait one more turn. Doesn't mean they can get in the fray. Until then, we'll just kind of build up forces. I only have one recon. I don't like that. So. we'll go with that. It's not 50-50 weight for each. Overall, your overall rating is completely detached from the mode ratings. So when I get into a game here, depending on the mode that I go into, these are the ELOs that are going to determine my matchups in those modes, which you can barely see due to chat there. So we'll just kind of... So if I queue up for standard, then I've got my queue ELO for standard is 1289.84, and it's going to match me up with people around that rating in standard. This overall rating up here is something that only it doesn't interact with matchmaking at all. It just, when I have a game, it just like this ELO will get compared to my opponent's overall and get calculated as an output afterwards as well. And when you look at the games here, I'm just going to make chat go away for us just a second here. This is going to be the after the game ELO change only in overall. But there is also an ELO change that happens for the mode specific ELO. It just doesn't track it in this historical method. But it's not like there's a set ELO that's getting split between the two. They're just two separate calculations that happen. And that's why this rating here is so much higher than all of these mode ratings. Because regardless of which mode I'm in, the overall is still being calculated, where I'm only getting these ELO changes in each mode when I'm playing in those modes. So all of these technically 73 games interacted with my overall rating, but I've only had like 28 in standard and 27 in fog and 18 in high funds and that kind of thing. The overall rating is what they use to siege you in tournaments, and that's it pretty much. And it's considered a more accurate telling of your overall skill. In the game. Which is why it's used for tournaments. Field to 5. Let's take out this tank. I can probably take it out with send this guy to a more important job. Get him. There we go. And Global League page top 3. True, true. And the front page top 5. Oh, I should actually watch what my opponent did, though. Ran into the forest. Try and get away. Creeping forward. Building up them tanks. Sure. it's close enough. It's not. I'll just let him go on to that. Oh. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're gonna make it. Oh, we won't make it if Drake gets the power. There wasn't anything to trap the lander. Okay, so I desperately need Drake not to use the normal power, or else the lander sinks. It's gonna make it there exactly. Assuming landers do drain 1 fuel per turn. Let's double check here. Should just okay, 13, 12. It does. Okay. Oh, it has exact fuel to make it back to the harbor. I don't need Bebo to the rescue. It's fine. It's fine. Why does the lantern sink? Well, you know, without the fuel, you can't steer it. Alright, so I need to make it so that Slicer can't just slam into me and use the normal power and sink my poor lander. Well, it could be that all Cobalt Ice boats run like the Flintstone cars, and once the penguins just get too tired to keep pushing the boat, then the boat sinks, and then all the penguins just go back home. I might have to end up... You know what? I should just build an APC. You know, the unit that people build against Drake. One, two, three, four, five, six. Two. We'll build an APC. Or even... I can't make it back. 6. You can make it back. Just very kindly. For the artillery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I don't keep this guy here. So I can start healing up some infantry there. Okay, so you're fine to go here. Mech. I just blame it on my birds. Yeah. What ultimately made me go for a PNG? People did ask for it. I asked if people would prefer a face cam or if they'd prefer a penguin PNG. And we went with the penguin PNG. Which is also a face cam. As everyone knows, I'm a little worried about this artillery. It has a nice coverage over this forest. 3, 4, 5, 6, but it has multiple tanks looking at it. Which is never what an artillery wants in life. Yeah, I think I can put this tank here instead. Just bring some backup artillery. So we'll move you back. We'll move you. I hate to put you on the road as Lash. I guess I might have to. It's fine. A little bit of a backup here. Is that really the only route? Oh man, that sucks. Don't mind me. I guess one shot by an infantry. Not great, but for now it's what got. Like this. Hopefully that looks unappealing enough that my lander makes it through this. Another turn sitting on the coast there. I like raw sushi, cooked sushi only. I actually had sushi today. Yeah, chat fix every CO. Okay. Lord of Frogneros. Oh! An artillery shot me? Mech and another artillery, another mech, and another mech. Tank hits over here. Back up. Take this comm tower. Well, the artillery could only be here or here. Which is not particularly hard to find. Find out if you're here. It's right here. Can't quite spot it without using a tank. I guess I could spot it with my own artillery. I might do that. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a mech there. I mean, I can't deny that. Let's see. Probably hit there. Take this out. Go for that mech. I can also just ignore that artillery, and I think I probably will. As cheeky as it is, I think taking these guys out is probably going to matter more. This is going to go after the recon. You just killed this tank. Pretty close. You're going for the recon. The anti-air needs to go for the mech. We get one shots. But that leaves me with the dilemma. Because I can't hit this tank. So I guess I hit it from over here. Anti-air hits from here. And you just shoot here. I guess you just go for this capture. Sure. Oh, that doesn't kill. Mistakes were made. In that case, I don't shoot with the artillery. Jess, I thought you'd have the firepower to one-shot this guy. Turns out you don't. I think killing the mech is important, so I'll just move my artillery. I don't really want to be in arty range. Well, I can't finish it with a 2 health recon because the tank needs to move through the artillery, the recon to hit from this side. I mean, I will finish this or attempt to kill it with the 2 health recon. That is what's going to happen. It's just I can't. All the spots are occupied by stuff that wants to do things. I'll have to like move over here. Guard this capture. Move back here. Guard the... I think that makes more sense. Try and guard the anti-air a bit. Okay. Get a nice little smack in here. Probably, okay, let's this. No. Okay, it's fine. I made the mistake of covering up the forest. Probably just first strike there. 3, 4, 5, 6. I could try this, I guess. No, you have to let this tank live at 1, which is a real shame. Guess I could. Yeah, fine, we'll go for the roll. Doesn't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't reach the mech either way. I'd rather go here to take this guy out. Definitely gonna go to the cities. Yeah, I guess take you out. Might stay there with this artillery. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm overextending, but man, that's some brutal. I mean, yeah. No, you're right. It would have been better to kill the one in the forest and then use the infantry in there as a blocker. I'm just expecting a mech to come across and kill this guy. It's not high priority. But you're right. guess we can just stay here. There's no real point in going over here. And there might be something that goes for the city. So there's some mistakes that turn, but that's okay. Okay. What was even built? What anti built? After goes straight forward. Definitely interrupt this. Might just run down there and get trapped. Either that or I can interrupt this guy. Myself up for a first strike, which isn't ideal. But not the worst thing ever. This hit me back, which is really good. So now I can go here. I don't have to keep swinging, I can just run away. If it like just stood there and continued capping, I'd have to stand there and keep fighting. I get to preserve my infantry this way. Maybe I do have to let this through. Or 2 tanks. Although... One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can probably get in its way. And this tank would have to sit on the city. I'll definitely go for that interrupt. And the anti-air can cover there. I think I could try and block the tank's access to these woods. But I guess I actually want the tank to hit from those woods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, now they can hit me here. Although I could hit from the mountain, maybe. Alternatively, I just let them have a tank first strike. Try and deny this city. Which actually seems fine. And we have to get a tank here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So you can immediately come over and help. And then this is plenty of pressure here. 3 health isn't quite ideal. Much prefer to have. As long as we don't get hit by too many infantry, we can kind of move forward. Gets hit by too many. I guess I'll stay with the stand on that mountain. Heal you up to 5 at least. Heal you up to 4. And then you're fine, right? Because this tank probably hits from the city. And this guy's in position to interrupt here, over here, or here. So we'll just heal up. Scream, scream. I got some faster games here. You sniped me. Bird chirping. Watching the stream without sound so you don't hear my plans is so weird. Oh, you're DM11. Ah. I'll be sure to take that turn quickly then. Or did I just take that turn? Okay. Now here's the question. Do we try and mix this up on Tordred? Or do we just go with the meta opening? I don't know what the mix-up is. I'd have to come up with it right now. I could try a no recon opener. Just try and, like... try and send early tanks up here, maybe? Talos, you gotta play some more Global League. Not Lander. Carrier, you guys gotta come up with better strats. I could do a T-Copter Swarm. If I'm gonna do it, if I do a T-Copter Swarm though, I need to do the recon opening. Keep the pressure off. Holding my penguins hostage. Do a B-Copter Swarm, not T-Copter Swarm. All right, in that case, we'll do single recon opener. I think there's a game here that here is Leary's game. How bad are we looking here? Really bad. Not as bad as I thought I'd be just wiped out. How much did I lose here? The recon. Tank. How does my anti-air not die here? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that one HP infantry has been quite the little spy. I could just start rotating. This hit makes sense. Use you. Yeah, okay. Try and not lose that city. No. As tempting as that is. Let Leary get coup de grace on me. Before I resign this one. Gonna get taken out by these powers here. Oof. Looks rough. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. Well, Leary's got both comm towers in this case, so I don't have quite the same abilities. Oh my gosh, it's been a while since I've looked at this game. What did my opponent do? Okay. Front switch going on. Didn't want to mess with my wall. I remember making that. Coup de grace. I'm not sure what it translates. It's like killing strike or something like that. I know it from D&D, where it was a it's an action you can take against a sleeping opponent. So you can perform a coup de grace and just instantly kill them. I think that was 3rd edition, though. Finishing touch. A coup, or a coup. A coup is a political term. A coup would be that. I do not think you perform a coup de grace on a regime, but you might. Yeah, a coup d'etat. Yeah, a coup d'etat. Huh. Being outcoptered. I did get this city, which is nice. It equalize the economies. Can I go tank anti-air? And fortunately, these guys really backed off, so... Now I get to start threatening cities. I am threatening this city, but... I don't know if other people can tell, but there's a little bit of a defense force around this city. So I'm not sure if I could take that. I mean, maybe I can send this guy over to take it, but... There might be some units around to stop it. This is definitely not telegraphed in any way. Very sad I didn't get to kill the Santa. So you build a tank here. And an anti-air here, because, well, that's where most of the copters are headed, towards the middle there. Probably to try and stop me from holding this city. And then I just set up my own little offensive force towards this guy. Staying out of range of all these copters. It might be in the perfect spot already, actually, I think. This is slightly better. We can just kind of rotate ourselves up here. 4, 5, 6. So long as these guys can't reach this tile, it's fine. I don't want any infantry to get a first strike on me, so I'll just move here instead. Is coup de grace gone in 5th edition of D&D? I don't remember seeing it in the rules years ago when I read them. So I think so. I think if you're attacking an incapacitated opponent, you just have advantage and always crit if you hit or something like that. So you don't just have instant kill potential. There you go, yeah. Which weakens the sleep spell a little bit. A tiny bit. Go7's main does +7 to orcs. Try and fall back a bit. We were a little far forward here, which is fine, Just don't want to get completely chewed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, copter infantry, I guess. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Let's move here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. I think it's okay. We can go here. A little bit of a rather rosy. Both a little. We're both a tad scared of the max power, understandably. It's okay for you to be exposed because you have so many guys blocking. And by blocking, I mean covering. This is a weakness. There's a lot of guys staring at that weakness, so I think it's okay. Minus 20 to women? What's going on? Auto attacks are for only when you're within 5 feet. That's true, and only if it's a melee attack, I think. If it's ranged, you just have disadvantage because they're prone. Sleep was never a targeted spell. It's always been an AoE that takes down HP. I think that's always how it's. It's just really strong for its level. Oh, they also play the ranged attacks? I thought ranged attacks were no-go. Guessed you were faking me out with the bases before I saw your stream. Oh. Oh, yes. I think we'll go for the airport right away. I don't know. The thing about this map is that this area gets very contested very quickly. And these captures are like super safe to go for. So I'm tempted to not. I can go here and then go up, I guess. Yeah. These properties are kind of contested, but I think I'll just go for this capture. Get some money rolling. Recon's a little slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't even like make it to there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Try and make it to the middle, but you can just build one there instead. Did I have another game end? I have a new game there. Oh, Lord Frogneros resigned. Oh, there was no super. GG. There's the audacious artillery. Look at that T-copter go. Nice. Missile APC resign builds. Very solid. Oh, we also had a resign from Invictus, which I think is pretty fair. The amount of pressure, the amount of properties that got lost due to Javier infantry and artillery kind of made it untenable. So that's a fair resign. You made a day 2 mech. Oh, really? Well, I'll have to check that. That's I guess it's not so bad over here. Yeah, it's not like it goes to here, captures the same speed, captures this in the same speed. Where was the mech built? It was built over there. It goes up. Oh, but I go over here with the recon. Oh, I see. It was used. Oh, it would have been able to go for the comm tower at the same speed too, so it's not slowing you down too much. It's just now it's really awkward because it's so exposed. Yeah. Does Max ever battleship in that map? I don't think so. Maybe. That would be quite the build. But not against Javier. And then you go for the double comm tower. Much like I went for, and it's just too hard to hold it. You get smacked up and smacked in the middle. Fallback start building some more tanks. What happened was there weren't enough mechs when my tanks attacked, so you couldn't really counter me. But it's also really hard to have mechs at that point. I mean, against Jess. Because like over here, it's much nicer now, because there's a mech here, and there's a mech built. So you have some nice counterattacks. Well, the mech doesn't like have to kill a 2 health recon, but it is what it is. That's the kind of strike you like. Well, that's aggressive. GG, it's a very difficult matchup. Oh, I see. The mech would catch my recon if I tried to peek at your base. That makes sense. Yeah, looks like the wall over here held against Invictus, so does kill the 3 health Mega. Gets a first strike on this Neo tank. My gosh, this is a max first strike. Is that a full health Neo tank? A full health Neo tank. Gets a 6-5 against Javier Power Neo tank on the shoal. And then this isn't breakable. Not that there was any follow-up to it. Then yeah, you just build Mega Tank and resign. I mean, there's nothing much you can really do. And then over here, there's nothing you can do because the Mega Tanks are split. I guess this one could have reached this artillery because of max power. But this still leaves this artillery and all of these infantry. Well, fog maps in general are not going to have that choke points and the like. Fog maps are usually very open. They allow a lot of movement and vision play. Otherwise, you can stall like mad. Because of defender's advantage. Alright, Ghosty. Up away. Recon got trapped. Neotank's like, aha! Something I'm willing to fight. Okay, okay. Wow, there's really not much supporting that Neotank. You clean that up. Six. The Neotank can stop moving over here, then I might as well. Some damage done over here. A little checkaroonie. That's a lot of infantry. Anyone else have a... Or we can do that. There's still an artillery here, is that right? Because I should have used my 2 health copper to check for that. Six. Oh, it's not here anymore. Oh, I saw it move over here. Doy. Heal you up to full. You stealth here. Or we can go around this way, actually. Depends on if I think the Neotank's coming this way or not. I'd really like to tag the Neotank with the stealth, And again, I also have a really scary push on this HQ. I'll do it this way now. You think? No, I think I got rid of the mountain infantry, right? I mean, I don't remember if I killed that guy or if was just kicked into the forest. By the way, it's fine. Oh. Let's give it a double swing. I guess we'll just go here. This little rotation. Do want to try and just get in the way. I guess I could have put my artillery here. That would have been better. Or we could just give up on trying to, like... Yeah, okay, we'll just give up on trying to snipe a neo-tank with this artillery over there. Instead, let's kind of join this fight. Slash push. We'll save up. Tiny bit of money here. Run away! Not in danger yet. Keep our eyes peeled over there. The lander is actually stuck here, so I should have retreated through the woods by now. I can always use my power to save the stealth. It's fine. It's fine. APC just reveals where my stealth is. It's no good. That's an interesting choice. I don't think I've done that one. Maybe I have. Oh. Sure. Horticopters! You think Burp controls it? Okay. This is where Sturm really wishes this was a river. We could just step straight over. I think some acceleration in this direction is probably worth it. Actually, you know what? We'll go for this. We'll just rely on the basics. Okay. A lot of infantry. Doesn't reach, right? Yeah, I just get that. That's nice. So... think go for this. See if we get it. 6 to 84. The recon kill. Go for this capture. You don't cover this yet, so some damage. It's like if I sit here, that stops this infantry from hitting here, but there's no reason like it can still hit from the shoal. So just go for our smack. And I also get this city, which is nice. I'm inclined to send this tank this way. 6. To help deal with this tank. I can send it over here with anti-air support. I have 2 tanks and an anti-air against a copter and a tank. You started Sammy vs. Rachel in the Love Supreme Tier 2 game. I am a fan of Sturm mechs. They don't benefit from the perfect movement, but they do benefit from being really strong on mountains and cities. I can go for this capture. I think we are going to tank around this way. This is the nice defensive spot regarding both of these. Get a little overloaded. And then we fall back over here. For now. Could also attack. There's too many backup ones. A little greedy to send this guy over here. But it is also putting pressure up here. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to win on every single spot, or every single location. That's not what you're supposed to do in mixed base. It could certainly come back to bite me. I think here makes sense. Moving towards defending this stuff. Down here makes sense for if I want to really, really commit to defending this city. But I also want to commit to this without being overloaded. And then this recon pretty valuable for defending this city. 6. I think place it here. Eight. Build a tank. can put you here to stop this guy from blocking me off. A tank strike here. Get my counter tank shot. Then I'm gonna go here. Assuming it lets me. There we go. I'm not super worried about this guy going for my lab. I can always kill him and then just take the lab back because this one isn't looking like it's gonna fall very soon. But if they do go for the lab, I can start the attacking process here. I guess this guy wants to take this. And the other thing this guy does is help protect this infantry from this guy interrupting the cap and starting a full-on assault over here. We'll back up onto the mountain. Like that. I think you just stay here. Grab you some mech support. It's a good tier 3 CO. Kindle'll be really good, yeah. Andy be fine. Now we're playing this game again. Ooh, it's against another max. Let's do the movement like this time. It's the potato paradox. Did indeed have to go through with capturing that comm tower, which is pretty good for me. All the units are currently being guarded. Yeah, that's fine. But it's not really guarded because I have my nice tank coverage. So I can hit here if I want to. kind of want my recon to play this nonsense. I might not be able to. You have a potential surround. Good. I can just sit on these cities with my recons is the play. I grab a copter. Triple infantry. It's either that or hit here. I'm a little too worried about getting trapped on the road. I can get trapped here on the city, but that's not as bad. I can also just fall back. Harassment here. Which might actually be better. I think I want the money for going over here for some more pressure. Yeah, we'll just go for the faster one. Have this work out nicely for me. So if I go and sit on this city here, which like stops them from starting to take it, there is infantry into T-copter. T-copter flies over here, drops infantry here, and then the infantry stands here. And then the only way I'd have to break that is actually you wouldn't have a way of breaking that. And then tanks can come over and a B-copter can be built. I'd get to shoot an infantry once. But the recon would die. Might still be worth it. This city block is a lot better. Because I have a tank in range. It's harder to block off. Same with going in for an attack here, as I can just get surrounded. And I don't think knocking my opponent down to off of 14k does anything for me. Because at 13k, you can pretty much buy everything you want that you could at 14k. Unless what they want to do is tank artillery infantry, in which case I would stop that, but I doubt that's what they want to buy. I have a copter now, they want to go for an anti-air or a copter of their own. I guess it would stop mech infantry battlecopter. Not too worried about that though. The nice thing about going over here is that recon plus infantry can clear this city, which is really annoying and kind of force these tanks to not respond to my threats down here. That's my copter and potentially tank front shift up. I just have to decide where I want to sit to do it. Probably in this forest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That still lets me interrupt stuff down here if I need to. And gives me all 3 angles of opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or I can go this way, or I can go here, or I can go all the way over here. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll go sit in this forest, threaten all this stuff very nicely, and then I think this guy is just going to chill here. I could go in for an attack here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Be covered by my tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would actually be out of range of an immediate reinforcement. I don't think that's really worth it. Maybe it is. I would knock them down to 5. The problem is the tank can kill me, and then the infantry can just kind of block. I can't do anything about that. So that's not great. I could hit this guy from the missile platform, which makes me harder to take out, and potentially gives me a tank hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it would be out of range of the base. Also stops this cap from happening. They can't kill me off without giving my tank a nice shot, potentially from the missile platform. This guy can't block here because this infantry could kill it after the recon damage. You're gonna need at least tank infantry. Okay, I think we will do this then. Let's keep the pressure up. Okay. I think in this game, I'm going to try and go for APC mech stuff, because that's an opening we haven't tried here. Lost and found. Yep, okay, this is my last turn. And then replays. Okay. Take my city caps. I very nicely have all 4 of these and 1 of these, while denying the other 2. So that's looking really nice. There's also only a 3 health infantry over here to try and take these back. So probably holding this. Replays Pog. Let's see, I can do copter strike here. Cover with artillery. Don't really want to strike there. Luckily, there's no immediate threats of captures happening here, so that's really good for me. Airport just came online for Lost and Found. So I could do... Copter Strike here, build a bomber. The next turn I can move this guy here and build a T-Copter. Go for the comm tower. Although I kind of like the Copter presence in the middle for now. Could go for this city, because indirects are not currently in range of it, so I will get to kill something with my rocket. Maybe rockets. Seems pretty good. One, two, three, four, five, six. I don't even have to put the artillery here if I don't want to. I could put it right here. Copter strike. Which interrupts this capture. And then I can kill off the anti-air if it tries to interrupt. I have copter reinforcements and I can even bring my tanks in. I think I like that. As for where I'm going to put the artillery, I'm not sure. One, two, three, four, five. Ooh, so I can put a tank here. And move the rocket here. Covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of these tiles that this medium tank would like to use to sneak up on my artillery. While also having this artillery cover this tile, which is the weakness against the medium tank. Whoever made me play Sasha in High Funds is a sick person. It's not so bad. For all the matchups I could have, this is definitely one of the better ones. Alright, just Brian, I'll delay your replay till next time. We will go here. Could stick my 1 health tank here. Which is very cute. Put you here. Problem is this 5 health. The 5 health infantry can just kill the tank. Putting it here is also pretty cute. 2, 3. Something can just kill it here. You can also just repair it like a reasonable person. I think that's what I'll do. Cover each other. They cover each other so nicely. And then I think I'm giving up on this capture. It wasn't real. Wasn't a super real possibility. I think we'll just accelerate our infantry down here. Although now I just blocked off my rockets tile, which isn't great. Although it kind of zoning over here. Yeah, you just sent me the zip file on a Discord DM. Easy peasy. I prefer with the downloaded zip file, because sometimes backlog can be backlog, and I'll get to a replay that wasn't downloaded, and it will be expired by the time I look at it. I don't need to worry too much over here. I could try going for this capture, but without the artillery covering it, I think it's better to just go for this one. We'll retreat with this infantry. And we can grab a rocket to help hold down these properties. And grab another battlecopter. Just move this fight into the middle in a big way. And this is a much cheekier play. That would definitely force the anti-air to hit from the city. I don't think it's quite worth it, though. Or over here would be where I went. It might be worth it. Currently, Lost and Found is threatening to do artillery and rocket moves into my rocket's range. Yeah, this is last turn, last turn. I think that's fine. We'll just build a tank over here. Well, no. There is a Neo tank there. We'll just build double artillery. I think. I'll just take a step back here. I don't want to deal with recon, artillery and rocket, and then Neo tank and tank all getting in range of my rocket. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I don't have to deal with this tank. I'll be able to reach 4, 5, 6. The downside is that they can hit up here, but that's not a huge deal. This way. Let's look over by this rocket. That way. I just didn't want this infantry to be able to hit this guy. So I can go for this capture. Next turn. And then I am going to do this because I really don't want to have to deal with this infantry continuing the capture. I'd like its anti-air to actually interrupt this. Otherwise, I have to like move an infantry over here that can reach. I'd rather heal this guy up to 10. So we can start threatening some real captures. Almost in, yeah, almost number 100. Send Go7 your diss track? I have not heard it. Is it a diss track of me? Okay. I had 20 turns to take, so I got through almost all of them. Oh, we have to choose our COs here. Tier 2 high funds against Shock 455, which is one of the highest rated high funds players. On Money Jungle. A 95 diss track, oh my. 495. I think Shock is number 2. Or I have to check. Yeah, Shock is number 2, just behind a true boss. And then Zukil. Look how close. Look how... You guys can't quite see because my penguin face is in the way. Let's move it up. Look how close number 1, 2, and 3 are to each other. 2 and 3 are 0.03 rating apart. It's tier 2. So I can be Adder, Andy, Drake, Grim, Grit, Jake, Javier, Jess, Kendall, Cole, Lashmax, Rachel, Sammy, Sasha, Sonia, or Von Bolt. White the selection. And for this map, Tier 2 is Andy, Drake, Javier, Max. Is that right? Okay. Bombbolt, Max, Andy, Drake. Yeah. Bolt, Max, Andy, and Drake are the tier 2 COs to choose from if you guys want to stay at tier 2. Max Smash. Is there an airport? There is indeed an airport. You would say Andy. One for Max, one for Andy. One for Drake, 2 for Andy. We have not had my Andy in high funds yet. Andy it is. And then we have a standard game against Advanced Noob on Fort Fantasy? Or is this Feature Fantasy? Oh. Oh, this is that tournament match. Tournament map. I guess it got brought into standard. Is Advanced Noob and Advanced Warrior alt? I don't think so. They're apparently a Javier fan, although their CO distribution doesn't seem to agree. They're a 1400 though. They have no current games, so this is going to be their only game is going to be fighting my alt. They joined a little bit after I did. That's you. I haven't played the map yet. So we're fighting Doggy Dog 490. Tier 4. So we could be Adder, Grim, Jake, Jess, Cole, or Sonia. Adder question mark or Cole? Cole. Jake. Oh, the first for Jake. You're saying it, Jake? There has not been a Jake pick other than my practice game for the Simul. I don't think. It's an airport again. Oh, is it a Jake? Are we actually going to get Jake? That's 2 for Jake. Doggy Dog, you can vote. Who are you wanting to fight? You don't think Jake is optimal, so you're helping out? You're so nervous. There's no reason to be nervous. All right. No one else is putting in input, so we're just going to go with Jake. And then I'll take my first turns on these ones because they're really short. Chalk did go with Drake over here. I could try and accelerate to this base. I don't think that's worth it. I can go this one first, but it delays so much. It's also really bad because you can't make it to this base as fast. So we'll just go here. We got the counter pick. Hey, go chat. And then over here, it's Jake versus Adder, everyone's favorite matchup. What's this guy for? Just to make Rachel really sad? Starflash added the Lake Black boats just because he wanted to. And these are in here to counter STA. I think Starflash had a game against a Rachel or a Von Bolt or something and was like, I hate having to build my own units to make magnets. So I will just add some extra expensive units on the map. That can also repair stuff. Bemo's added because Penguin's able to swim is too OP. Or what's this diss track? How long is it? 31 seconds? Okay. Hans, is this diss track suitable to be played on stream? It's suitable? Okay. Let's try it out here.
Have you seen his games even? On a good day, all he does is attack and gets lucky. He has no idea how to scout, how to manage risk, or even in high level. He has one plan and attack. That's it. He's the most overrated bar player in top 2080, mamo. I don't see him staying above 1200 as he cleanly plays. The moment you undressed in his game, he can play the count and he just dies. I just don't respect his suicidal style.
You don't respect the suicidal style. Did you catch my alts game against 95? If not, I can send it to you. You didn't? I'll send it to you. I did win that, yeah. I covered it a little bit last stream, too. A little bit of an overview. Okay, now I'm going to go over to replays for real. Be right back. Hey. You watch the replay itself. Okay. The first one is this one right here. Bremer versus Flawdog. Flawdog beat me in one of my practice rounds for the simul, but then fell to me in the simul. They'll put up a really good fight. So we'll get to see their game here. Time for Go7's chat to become our trash talk battleground. Oh no. Yeah, we're all peaceful penguins. My bow tie. Okay. So, this is definitely an uneven tier matchup. I would say that Rachel has a pretty nice advantage over Jake in the game. Her missiles have a lot of presence, and then I think she also has a better day-to-day when it comes to general tank brawling in fog, because when Rachel will dive forward with a tank to like kill a recon or something and open herself up to a single tank attack, she can heal off that damage in just 2 turns because of her increased repair speed, which means that she can really keep the pressure up in tank fights. Because when you're repairing in just 2 turns, you're actually only idle for 1 turn. You spend 1 turn going back to the city, and then you heal 3, and then you sit there for 1 turn, or you move to a different city, and then you heal up and you get to act again. So the tanks come back really fast. Where when Jake gets into that situation, it probably takes 3 turns total to heal up, which is going to start being a lot more idle time in comparison to Rachel. Okay, that's fine. But instead of going for a more aggro tank style, looks like Flawdog is going to go with recon into APC into double recon. So we've got some nice aggressive recon plays. I'm not a huge fan of that against Jake, because there's a lot of planes on this map. And Jake is going to have some pretty reliable tank infantry kills on your recons, so they won't be able to be repaired so nicely. Although this is going to be a completely uncontested attack, which is nice. An attack that fast probably would be safe, but I would not be surprised if a tank had shown up and taken this guy out. And it's okay to delay the airport if you don't have any plans for it. It is weird to get this mech so soon for Flawdog. The opening for Bremer was very infantry focused, which I'm fine with. It's just usually if you go very infantry focused, you would go tank first down here, rather than recon first, because you're going to be playing more defensive most likely, unless you want to go offensively, in which case you build both vehicles right here instead of splitting them. Which can be good. Yeah, this mech isn't looking super great to me so far. Oh, and then this infantry just got held in here. A little awkward. But this recon and infantry got a kill here. This capture is going to go through, though. Ooh, did that recon spot that copter? No, okay. It is a little odd to send a copter down to the recon harassment, because early copters are kind of relying heavily on the element of surprise, and they don't really stop recons very well. But what you want to do with an early copter is to get a surprise drop on a tank. Ideally with copter plus tank kills tank. Mech is going to take 20 years to get anywhere. Yes. I'm surprised it was built here. Looks like it's... Oh, it's going to break this pipe seam. So you can ignore these pipe seams. Like, what does this even do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess you can send stuff from here around like this. I don't agree with that, but... And that was a base skip. Oh my gosh. Flawdog, no. So the base skips are, of course, going to hurt the unit count significantly. But the amount of harassment that Flawdog has done here is going to start paying dividends. Okay, so you don't really want to reveal your copter to hit a recon. So instead, if I had a copter like that, I would move it down this way, outside, keeping out of recon vision, and supporting my tanks. It's like you 5 damage to a recon, which Rachel can heal up in, well, 2 turns. And now, if there is an early built anti-air, you just lose your copter. And otherwise, they now get to build an anti-air to deal with your copter, and it loses a lot of its value. Okay. Ooh. 6 round just finishes off that recon. I like it. It's really daring, this copter. It's like, yeah, I did not run from you, which probably means I have an anti-air. It could end up backfiring, although Bremer doesn't have this comm tower, so it's not going to be a guarantee to a KO to kill this tank. Here comes the anti-air. I really don't like this mech investment to break this pipe seam. We'll see if it ends up mattering, though. Okay, so this is a Rachel tank, and it got knocked down to 1. But that actually heals up in just 3 turns. I'll spend 1 turn going here, then healing up to 4. And then we'll wait a turn, heal up to 7. And then he'll be basically ready to fight again at the start of the 3rd turn. Which is really, really good, because that would take 5 turns for someone else. It makes it much, much less worth it. This infantry tried to sneak away. So it looks like Bremer's going with a split focus here with the fronts. Flawdog got a tiny bit of a split focus, but seems to be more so in the bottom. A lot of it was turned into recon. A lot of the vehicle money was spent on recons, though. So there isn't really that much of a fighting force. Okay, we'll see. This should just run back to the HQ and be totally fine. Oh. Okay, I don't like that. I also don't like this another base skip. Fortunately, the recons have done quite a bit of damage here. So even with all these base skips, the infantry count is looking equal. But I'm not sure why. I guess this tank is just providing vision, but it's also kind of leaving itself open to being killed off, which would make Rachel really sad. Today's just a great day for being a penguin. It's almost the winter solstice. of penguin celebrations everywhere. Bremer is floating a lot of cash here. Bremer does not care about watching the replay. That's what it looks like. Okay, so we got some pretty decent attacks here from flawdog. Yeah, it's important to hit this tank too, otherwise you could run into some problems. So some two very nice tank first strikes, and this one's actually backed up by this tank. Okay, now this guy's going back to heal, which is good. No reason to really put this tank on the city like this. Not sure why the anti-air moved so far forward. Or so far to the top. North? North. Okay, this mech has been gradually working away at this pipe seam. I'd be interested to see what happens once it's finally broken. It kind of, to me, it kind of looks like just a downside. I mean, I guess a vehicle can go around like this, but you do want to send vehicles up here, and you have two bases to buy vehicles down here. If you break this pipe seam, you can't send a pipe runner up here. Not that you would. Okay. So Bremer takes a copter first strike, which is fine. It's happening in the middle of the map. It's a little risky, but you know, copter first strikes are usually pretty good. I'm surprised he got a... I think this is a somewhat poor roll, though. Although this copter had chip damage because it hit a tank before, that's why. Okay. Oh, another thing to keep in mind. When you're fighting against Rachel, you really don't want to just one-tap her tanks on cities like this. Because you get a slightly positive trade here. You do 4 damage here, you take 3, but next turn, this is going to heal up to 9, and it's just going to pummel you. It's going to hit you from at 9 health, so you'll probably go down to like 3, it will go down to 8, and the next turn it will heal up to full, because it's the chip damage is going to get covered for free when Rachel tanks are at 8 in healing. So it's really not a great situation to one-tap Rachel units on cities like that. This map is like the final destination of fog maps. It kind of is. It's very, very standard nowadays. Okay, I think this anti-air... I don't remember what it killed. I just killed an infantry. It's fine. There is... Well, this doesn't cover, but this does cover. If you don't think there's going to be any copter presence, you can do this as long as you have enough stuff backing it up to kill the tanks that go after the anti-air. Ooh, flawdog has covering fire here. Oof, this one hurts a lot. Down here's okay. Looks like this Neo tank that Bremer saved up for. So this was a really good magnet buy from Bremer. I think the tank on the city got trapped somewhere, which is a real shame. It would have liked to just hit here. Not sure why the anti-air... I'm not sure what happened here. Even if you want the anti-air to hit that infantry instead of like going after this copter, you want to hit from the lab instead. So this got trapped on something, I assume. No? Okay, I'm not sure what happened with that. I guess this copter just gets to live. Okay, got trapped over here. It's a shame. So we'll see what Block Rock can do here. A lot of stuff got hurt, but Block Rock does give that nice movement boost, which can make the reinforcements reach when they normally can't, as well as just do a ton of damage to planes. You don't really want to use a Block Rock tank to kill a 4 health infantry on the city. This is a great hit, though. Wow, this is an aggressive anti-air. I even saw this copter kill the recon. Well, the Bremer is not really watching the replay, so that might be why. Okay. So that was a pretty decent attack. This guy's pretty exposed. I don't think... Oh, this guy can reach, so it's in trouble. His anti-air was just kind of thrown away, which is really weird. What? Okay. I think the two players are just... This is probably a pretty new game. It's okay to put your copter here. But copters, of course, do not actually hide in woods. So this is just blocking the woods from being used. But the copters fly above the woods. Aw, didn't get the kill. I would probably just repair this guy since it's... Well, there are copters on the way. It's fine. Okay. Well... Okay. I was thinking you would probably want to hit here. At least you can hit from the road. No reason to let this guy get away scot-free. But if you're worried about these guys coming in, then I can understand that. 2 health anti-air gets some work done. Very nice. We'll see what Bremer does here. Okay, the tanks just go in. It's pretty risky. But they do kill off the 2 tanks, which is nice. The copter here is going to get some really good counterplay. And you can probably expect some sort of reinforcement. So this guy's probably going to die, and then the copter gets to hit another tank, and then it's like a somewhat advantageous trade for you. Anti-air does go down. Yeah, this copter, I assume, is going to hit this tank. Definitely hit with the copter first. Doesn't. It's going after this tank instead. Okay, you can do that too. This is a little bit more exposed, I guess, of a location. So the copter's beneficial against the tank swarm there. I like the APC bringing infantry to go after these properties. Okay, so this AA should take out this copter. You can use the copter if you want, but you have to keep in mind that these tanks are threatening your tanks, so it's really nice to hit these. Okay, Neo tank has been spotted. I think it looks like flawdog is thinking a copter swarm to take it out. Whoa, Bremer went for a missile. Missile spotted indeed. The mech is breaking the next pipe. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this. It's not recommended. Very valuable spotter here. Okay. Yeah, these vehicles go down, which is really sad. Medium tank can't actually reach. We'll see if that missile gets anything done. They can sometimes catch people by surprise. Lucky Lass. Guess that's to deal with these tanks. I don't think you need Lucky Lass to deal with these tanks. So I'm not a huge fan of this Lucky Lass play. It is going to... Oh, it doesn't even get that tank. Does get some damage done down here. Although you didn't need Lucky Lass to do that, I don't think. Yeah, okay. I would much prefer either saving the Lucky Lass for when the Neo tank is in range of your copters, or just using the missiles. Oh, okay. Neo tank is trying to serve as an ambush unit. The big boy units like the Neo tank and the medium tank, they really don't want to have a role like this. They want to have like an isolated role like this. They want to have their support units around them. Otherwise, what can happen is, like, these are the support units for this Neo tank, and if these die, this Neo tank loses all vision, and it can't really do anything. Similarly, these are the support units for this medium tank. In this case, they're much in a much safer position, though. Okay, I imagine we're about to see a block rock. We do. Takes out the copter. It's a faster missile. Look at it go. I don't know where the dream spot for the missile is. Might be here. Oof. I mean, that does stop the capture, and sometimes a Neo tank's gotta do that. Okay, so that wasn't a super scary block rock. Oh, missile value. I mean, the anti-air or the copter could deal with, or the two anti-airs, I guess, could have dealt with this too. But now it can be sent over here. Oh, that's okay. Well, I guess this guy could only reach this one. Oh, flawdog is contesting the lab dominance, and then builds a Neo tank. The mech is going back for some ammo, and builds a Neo tank to contest the Neo tank up here. That has to be a pretty unlucky roll. Or no, I guess just because of the base defense boost, that's kind of the outcome. I don't like using the anti-air like that. Woo! So the bad thing. So this is tough. A tough thing to say, but you shouldn't use the missile here. This anti-air has no other targets. It should kill the copter. The problem with using the missile here is that it reveals that you have a missile when you don't need to reveal you have a missile. And like a large part of what's going to make a missile somewhat viable is that it's a surprise. This is no longer a surprise, unless flawdog doesn't watch the replays. That's just because the mech just moved onto the city. It's going to be re-armed next turn. Oh, the mech has been breaking the pipe seams. So both players very aggressive with their anti-airs. Oh. Okay. Now, this is the kind of situation where I would be more in favor of using Lucky Lass. We'll see what happens though. Okay, we have the Lucky Lass. Lots of infantry vehicles to hit. Medium tanks to beat up medium tanks. Medium tanks to beat up a Neo tank. Check. I would have preferred if both Neo tanks or both medium tanks were able to get this kill. But I guess 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I guess you can't quite do it. You'd have to go for the role of recon plus copter kills anti-air. And that's just I don't think that's a lucky roll at all. But down here, the Lucky Lass should have a lot of impact. Don't use the full health tank for this strike. I'd use it against this tank or this anti-air. You can invest some infantry strikes to kill that. Completed the lab capture for dominance. Oh, the mech is like, I'm done with these pipe seams. I'm going into combat. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. So this didn't quite get the kill there. It's some decent damage though. If this tank hits here first, then an infantry being able to pick this off is much more likely and will be much less painful as well. And for your recon, it can definitely hit a copter if you really want to go for the lucky rolls. Okay. Your tank just hits here. Now, Lucky Lass does stick around, so you have to be a little bit careful on some of the attacks you go for. Like, I wouldn't attack this infantry or this infantry with this tank, for instance. Yeah, run away. Okay. So there's a block rock coming next turn. This missile is a little exposed. 2, 3, 4, 5, but the medium tank can't reach it. It has been spotted. This Neo tank's gonna take out this other Neo tank. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. There's nothing left to reveal this Neo tank. It is safe in the forest. Everyone does it. It happens to everyone. And yeah, there is a Neo tank chain going on here. But a 5 health Neo tank is very scary. Didn't we see the same thing yesterday? It happens a lot. I mean, I did it earlier today. I was able to recover from it, but it's very easy to do. The recon spawn over here. Yeah. I mean, right now the missile's providing quite a lot of vision, and there is this recon. So they have some support units right now. And they're going to get some nice kills over here. I'm not sure why this Neo tank is diving in when there's only one copter, but oh, the mech's been struck, but survives. We're in full-on Neo tank spam mode here. Okay, this Neo tank to start getting the missile moves forward aggressively. Mech gets a kill. Right, we get a nice kill out, pick off over here. A nice heal. Take out this recon. There's nothing to deal with this copter right now. This is a great option to send this guy down to deal with this copter. I'm not sure why this went onto the comm tower. Okay. Holding on to the power as flawdog is. Might be thinking there's potential for some lucky last to kill these multiple Neotanks. See? They are on planes, so much more exposed. This doesn't reach though. Okay, we have another lucky lass. The infantry can take out this copter pretty nicely with the recon support. Copters don't have any defense stars, so you have your full range of luck to go for. Pretty good hit, pretty good hit. That's a solid swing. Tank takes out copter. A pretty good hit over here. Could be luckier. There we go. And we're down. Okay, definitely hit with this guy first. Because now this guy's taking up the slot that this guy could hit from. I would also use recon over tanks. Because the recon's going to take less damage value-wise. There we go. That was a pretty well executed lucky lass. Anytime you can get a situation like this, they're like on a road or they're an air unit, you can get 4 units hitting, then lucky lass is really scary. Okay, the Neotanks have started to fall to the lucky lass, so now we're going to go into a bomber. The missile's still alive. Okay, these Neotanks are running out of support units, which is really bad for them. There is still this recon, though. Oh. Oh. This Neotank gets trapped against this anti-air. So the missile was spared. And there's a block rock that could be used here. Recon spots a lot of forces. The Neotanks don't really want to dive in here. Okay, this is a fine attack. It did kill off a medium tank. And it is going to have the extra defense from the power, so it might be fine. And there's no copters over here, so that's a lot better. But I imagine there's going to be another lucky lass here that cleans up a lot of... yep, there comes another lucky lass. Anti-air reveals the Neotank. Yep, and get our Neotank hit. Finish off the Neotank. Hit the anti-air. Okay. We gotta be a little bit cautious with this kind of thing. Yeah, I'd kill off the other units rather than slam into that Neotank. If you don't have anything that can really get a nice opening, like a copter strike, that could potentially weaken the Neotank enough that this is going to be more worthwhile. The problem is that it's a Jake Neotank on planes with super. Still knocked it down to 7, I guess. But yeah, for if you want to take out big chunky units like Neotanks with your Lucky Lass, it's really nice to have a good opening swing so that all of the other strikes that rely on luck to finish it off don't get completely murdered. Like over here, we had a Neo tank do it. We've had medium tanks do it. You can have copters do it. And yeah, you can also ignore it and just kill off all the support. As we see here, they can't actually see anything. Unfortunately, this property can't be stopped. But I think at this point, Flawdog is going to be able to start cleaning up all the properties. Didn't put any blockers for this guy, which is a little weird. Ooh, Bomber is revealed. We'll see if like a fighter gets built or if it's just some anti-airs. It's going for some captures. This Neo tank can't actually see this. Looks like something got trapped on that city. Let's do this guy. The mech on the front lines. Still fighting the good fight. Got Neo tanks on the way. There comes a fighter. This tank got trapped against this Neo tank, which is a very scary situation to be in. Missile moves forward. I think the missile's just being ignored because there's no air being sent up here. But the missile does provide 5 vision, just like a recon, so it is worth killing off. Okay. Assume this guy stops his capture. There we go. So very sad bomber. Didn't know what was running into. We'll see if... Looks like Flawdog's going to go for the Lucky Lass here. Does this not reach? Oh, it doesn't reach. Down goes the Neo tank. Down goes the bomber. Oh, wow. The anti-air didn't have to roll very high to get that kill. So that's a pretty lucky bomber. Neo tank running in over here. Units are getting cleaned up pretty nicely. There we go. Very solid strike. And, for the copter on that Neo tank. I think Lucky Lass was used mainly for this attack, and it didn't get the kill. So that's pretty unfortunate. Habits. Habits very much against Lucky Lass. You hate it so much. It balances so well with the missiles. The bomber's getting away. Oh, no, never mind. The bomber's gone. Solid strike there. Recon can interrupt this capture. Neo tank finishes off Neo tank. Neo tank plus copter finishes off Neo tank. Things are looking very grim for Bremer at this point. The mech has gone so far in life. It's gotten multiple kills. It killed off a pipe seam. It hurt another one. And it managed to trudge all the way up here and start capturing this city. We have another block rock from Bremer here. Gonna kill off these tanks. No, the mech. You better not die, says Shadow right before it dies. You didn't get a 98.4% chance to kill a roll. I see. Lucky Lass is really good, yeah. It's always a solid option whenever there's like a brawl ongoing. I'm gonna guess one of these, yeah, larger guys are gonna finish that off then. Copter gets strike. Okay, flawdog's going in for the kill over here. Strong units, capturing cities. Bremer's gonna have to start start switching these units down. Ooh, the fighter gets hit though. Oh, these units are not going down to stop this comm tower capture. That's pretty bad. Unit value wise, Bremer's not doing the worst. And income wise, doing just fine, but it's a little weird about Lucky Last, but it's okay. Unit count wise, oh my gosh, having a rough time, which often quickly translates into falling behind a lot in the other metrics. There we go. Very good use of Lucky Last. Hitting this full health tank would have been very risky. Just use it to pick off like a 2 health tank with your infantry. And now this infantry is really scary to attack because of the counterattack also has luck. Another, as we saw here and here. This is why luck COs are really scary all the time. In this case, Rachel's only really scary when the power is active, but you don't like having your medium tank take 2 damage when it attacks a tank. There's the resign. GG. Wow, what a game. All fog. Habits, I thought you were fine at fog. That was a slobber knocker. It was indeed. You always have to be really cautious when you just spam a single unit, especially against a CO with luck potential. The mixed composition will help you out much more. I think flawdog had a pretty strong start, and then Bremer had a really good mid game. He came out ahead in the capture phase, and also had a nice Neotank buy that served as a magnet. But towards the late game, flawdog definitely started to come ahead. I don't think these pipe seams were ever used. So that early mech buy really slowed things down, which is why I think flawdog fell behind a fair bit in the mid game. If you're bad at fog, just brawl till your standard skills went over. Okay, our next one is not Just Brian, I believe, because I think Just Brian said that they couldn't stay. So we should cover it another day. Quickly try and look through the chat to see if that's correct. There we go. I'm good people despite what the budgies say. Okay, okay. You're never good at fog? Oh, we have a habits game. Against Nastrofobles on a Torn from Heaven. Oh, is this a tournament game? Oh, and I had a suggestion put to me to what? Oh my gosh, traumatized. Oh. I do not think that Grit is viable in Tier 2 on Scavenger. I'm also a really bad Scavenger player and not a great Grit player, but I do not think it's viable. But Grit's not supposed to be viable, so it's okay. Grit's allowed so that you can play Grit. But the only map that Grit's allowed on and the tiers that Grit's allowed on, he's going to struggle, and that's by design so that you're not stuck in Grit mirrors constantly. Sorry, I got little birdie hiccups. Oh, it's birdie bedtime. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think Grid doesn't match your scrappier playstyle. That's true. But I love seeing your transport play nonetheless. Yeah, the black boat blocking was pretty nice, I think. I really don't like Grid, it's true. Ooh. Nova had a fancy adder game. Just another reason to pick Jess. Okay. Here we go. Jess into adder. I don't know what the rating matchup is. I actually had my own game on this finish up pretty recently, which I guess I could show after this. You can see how it played out in comparison. On this map, Jess is a bad choice. I think Jess is a fine choice here. You can threaten a lot. If you went Jess on this map, I would expect very early aggression though. And I'm not seeing really early aggression out of Habits here. The snazzy openings. Hey, I've seen some of Nova's games. I was very impressed. I think the Nova's, if I'm right, Nova, you're climbing pretty high up there in the rankings. We see tank and APC opener, and tank isn't enough. Yeah, this is way too... This is not an aggressive opening. I'll show you an aggressive opening after this. So in high funds, and this is indeed a high funds game, you can trade units to stop infantry from capturing, trade vehicles for infantry at a much faster or higher rate than you would ever do in standard. Just because properties cost, or properties produce twice as much income. And in the very early game, when people don't have huge amounts of income already developed, slowing down the capture phase has a very, very large impact. So if you want to be aggressive, you go very aggressive, and you'll straight up trade units to prevent captures. I'll show you aggression indeed. Okay, so this is the artillery are pretty good if you're planning to more like take a base. Looks like Habits is being really defensive over here, trying to zone out the copters and getting a copter of their own, of his own. This is not safe. There's gonna have to be like a Neo tank built here. Well, I guess Habits... That's not quite enough. It depends on if Habits wants to go for it or not. Alright, looks like both players are being kind of defensive. Nastro is Nastrofobles, probably. Nastro's going with the patent strategy of sitting on cities so that you're really hard to attack. And very fortunately, Habits does not have a comm tower yet. Otherwise, this would be a guaranteed kill on this tank. Just smack, smack. Instead goes for this one. It's less defended by this medium tank, is probably why. Oh, the anti-air can finish it off. Gotcha. Ooh, look, that's some very fancy blocking there. This tank can still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can still wrap around this way. Ah, but this infantry is going to be used. There we go. Look at that. Now this tank can't hit the vehicles that take out this tank. The medium tank can't reach because it's one movement short. If the copter wants to get involved, there's 2 anti-airs to fight it. And even this tank doesn't have any good targets. So very, very fancy attack from Habits with very good walling and blocking. This tank can hit the artillery, but the other artillery will punish. We'll see what kind of retaliation Nastro has here. The idea of going for a medium tank, I assume, is because it's going to benefit more from Adder's power than like a Neo tank would. And the benefit of going for a Neo tank in this situation, instead of the medium tank, is that it would actually be covering some of these other, like it would be covering this tank, for instance. It'd be covering this tile too. So we're going to go with the medium tank chain. Just accept the loss of the tank and try and hold the city. It's fine. It's another anti-air so that this copter can't come in here and start harassing. So these comm towers are very contested. And Habits really, really wants this so that he's got that fable, the sacred 20% firepower boost. And here comes the Neo tank. Just gonna let the city fall. So this is a nice take for Nastro. Ooh. Oh, I see. I was gonna say it's very risky to just leave this just so exposed, but actually nothing reaches this. Oh no, this reaches it. So yeah, this is risky to leave exposed. I would probably try and defend that a little bit better. It's high fun Neos. Neos are really good. Yeah. Okay. Copter joins over here. And Habits is trying to sucker in something to stop this cap. I would be totally willing, in Nastro's shoes, to send this infantry in. To delay it and then build a Neo tank. And then you have move the medium tanks up and then you have medium tank, Neo tank. And to have an adder power probably available to smash into this, which would be really scary. But looks like Nastro doesn't want to use the infantry there. It would lose the infantry. But I'm looking at all this. What was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 just builds the bomber in anti-air range. So that usually, well, there's two reasons that can happen. One is that you don't realize the range of the anti-air, and the second is because you want a lot of charge. And builds an infantry here. Not what I would go for. Yeah, the bomber gets hit. You can see how much charge that generated. So we'll see if that's what Nastro was going for. That is a play. But without comm tower, I don't think it's quite good enough. Especially with an infantry built here. If it was a Neo tank, I could see it being an option to just do it for the charge. All right, here comes the side slip. Side slip does let this infantry go for the comm tower, although this guy could go for it. Medium tank just goes in to kill an infantry. Habits has a nice attack on this base, which is what you would want to do with the artillery setup like this. Yeah, so the copter is used to hit this copter, but I mean, there's two other copters covering this and a bomber on the way. So Nastro either has to start producing really expensive units to try and hold this, or needs to put on enough pressure over here that the worst case scenario is that it's just a base trade. Okay. So Habits is looking nice. Gets the power here. This medium tank is actually in artillery range, which is pretty questionable. Nastro might be having a little bit of an issue with just checking ranges. Which happens. Habits being super fancy and just blocking stuff off. Doesn't even shoot the medium tank. Look at that. We're going for some very fancy blocking plays. I think it would probably be better to shoot the medium tank, but I mean it is gonna heal, so fine. The no artillery fire flex. This is your game with habits. Okay. So even with like this breakthrough, Nastro is actually managing to stay even on the income. We'll see. You can see that this base has now fallen. So now Nastro pretty much has to make this base fall or it's going to be game over. But the artillery are a little farther away for this one. Bombers are encroaching and the cities are falling here. There's no answer to this Neo Tank Defender, and more big tanks will start getting produced by habits here, so I think it's going to be just a little too slow in comparison to what habits is going to get done here. Day 10 with a long game. Reimer, how fast was your game on this map? It's anti-air. I'm guessing it's to try and avoid bombers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That must be it. Here comes a mega tank. So the mega tank, not very realistically, will be able to actually like fight this all off, but it's the main goal is to really just stall the fight until the winning army over here can come and bail them out. Oh, we disconnected for a second there. I do not think I can ban people. I can just stop them from being able to type. Oh, that was still in bomber range, never mind. Okay, so it does look like Nastro is taking this base, which is good. A little risky to put the anti-air there, but I guess it's fine. There is a fighter here after all. But Habits has now captured this base. So as long as Habits is able to rescue this one, which should be possible, then the game will be pretty much over. And yeah, there's the breakthrough. Because Jess gets a nice firepower boost. But there are quite a few adder bombers here, which is very scary. Ooh. I'm not sure why this attacked the tank. It should definitely hit this infantry, because the infantry is in range of taking the city, or the base. But I guess a mega tank's going to be built here, so it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Your game ended on day 9. Oh, snap. Too many infantry. Be viable. It's just that... That's true. Nastro's adder. What am I thinking? And Nastro just resigns. And I think that's fine. Nastro put up a really good fight there. It really did come down to just a base trade, and what really hurt Nastro was the artillery were too slow. Because the artillery are pretty much mandatory for taking a base. The bombers were going to be the replacement, and they didn't quite get there in time, although they were looking scary. You were swiftly crushed by Habits. Slamming out those megas. I think you did a pretty good job. Even through all that, you're still even on income, which is really hard to do. I'll quickly show my game. Just for comparison's sake. And I've been showing all my other tournament games. This is a very uneven matchup. Rating wise, because that's how seeding works in the tournaments. I think Frozen Hourglass is like 760, 780, something like that. They do pretty well though. For their rating. So I'm going to be very aggressive in this game. Because I'm against a lower rated opponent. And lower rated opponents usually try and copy my opening. So I want to do an opening that's not going to be very easy to copy and execute well. So we go Recon Day 1. And the idea of Recon Day 1 is that I'm going to deny this airport and then win off of that. Which is why I don't send my infantry over here to go for the airport really quickly, which I think is probably the best way to go. As another avenue of aggression, I make sure to send my infantry down here so that my opponent will mimic it and go over here instead of go for this airport, which gives me more time to deny it. But you'll see here the Frozen Hourglass is going to copy the recon. But you'll notice there's a huge difference here because of the recon, how the recon timing works for player 1 in comparison to player 2. Now my infantry is here and can reach this airport before this recon can stop me. In contrast, this recon does actually stop this infantry from capturing this airport. And not just like 700 rated players will copy your opening. Even like 1200 and 1300 will copy your opening. And if you're going for a very aggressive opening that has differences based on turn, being player 1 or player 2, you can mess with them a lot. It's not FTA. It is FTA in that this is a build that only player 1 can go for, but it's not FTA in that only player 1 can go for an aggressive recon opening. Okay. And I've seen, I think everyone goes for an APC here. I'm also going to go for an APC, but I think I go next turn. Maybe I do it this turn because I want to take the airport. I go for tank. Okay. Tank. Follow up the recon because I think a tank's going to be used to fight off my recon. And this recon is going to do something other than harass the airport. It's going to come down here and deny this property. That's very good. And Frozen Hourglass recognizes that this recon is actually threatening this. So it goes for a different capture instead. And then builds a tank down here, and a tank over here. It has to do a base skip for that, which is very unfortunate. I'm not quite sure why a tank was built here. I'm guessing it was... The idea is that it gets sent down here to reinforce this, which is fine with me, because this just kind of makes it 2 base versus 2 base. I go for this hit. So, the advantage to going for the hit now is that I knocked this guy down to 3, so he really can't capture anything. There isn't another infantry on the way, so nothing's going to be able to capture this airport for quite a while. And this does more damage, and I take less back hitting it here than hitting it on the airport. Aiming to maim. Indeed. So now I boost my infantry from here with the APC to go for this property, and I can go in here, go for this property, and go for the airport is the plan. And I have this airport set up already. I build a recon over here, to attack down here. And I have to build a tank here, even if I don't want to, so that I don't get completely destroyed by the recon here. So FrozenHourglass does a pretty fine job of going for a bunch of captures. There isn't an infantry over here to go for these captures, which isn't great. But otherwise, I think pretty solid. I don't know what this APC is doing. It should really go back to pick up another infantry and bring it along for some more captures. It's not a war crime in this case. It's only FTA if the opening is good. This is very stoppable. But it is, yeah, only something player 1 could go for effectively in this specific way. So you got a little fancy boost. We got a transport copter to go for them early money. I can send this recon back at 1 health. It can be a really annoying blocker. I can drop off my infantry here to go for the city. And if there isn't enough respect put on defending this airport, I can also just drive over there and drop it off on this mountain and threaten the airport. And I'm just going to have a lot of tanks over here for this fight. FrozenHourglass goes for my lab. There are 2 labs, so I wouldn't lose the game if I lost this. The ABC blocks this property, which is a pretty fancy play and something that gets done a lot at kind of higher levels, is you just kind of put stuff on property so they can't capture it. Unfortunately, both of these infantry had 2 targets for what they could go to for captures, so I'm not going to get denied there. See? I do defend my lab, and then I'm trying to put these tanks in a... I want them to go far forward to the left, but I am adder, so I would like to also be able to threaten going to the north at the same time. I do decide to finish off this recon, even though it kind of leaves this city a little exposed. I didn't want to have to deal with it blocking stuff up. And I do end up having... Well, I do end up giving away a free hit on this infantry, which is fine with me because I'd love this tank to not be down here defending the airport. So as long as it's up here, I don't have to deal with it, which is great news for me because now I have a tank superiority. And there's something you'll need to note about the exit onto this airport area, and that is a choke point on both sides. So you have to be really careful that you have to not just lose like this airport or the city. You can't lose control of these areas here, otherwise you'll just get locked into your base. Which is I think not great map design. I really don't like maps that do that. But it is what it is. Alright. I get a mech over here because there's some nice mountains and I'm adder, and I can defend these cities from these primarily tank anti-air infantry force. And then down here, I interrupt here, and I make sure that the only spot that can hit this tank that interrupted is this airport. No. You can, yeah. You can use a tank to clear the way to get this recon if you want. But then I have more tanks to kill off the attacking tanks, and I'm right out of range of this medium tank. So the choice is either clear this recon with either trying to get like a good roll on the 5 health or using a tank to do it, or you can hit from the airport. In any case, I can overwhelm the force. The APC does another really nice block on this comm tower, which I was definitely looking to take. So it decides to continue the capture on the airport, use a tank to kill the 1 health recon, and then follow through. Which is fine. I'm not a huge fan of continuing this capture just because I have infantry around that can kill it. So I'd prefer to have either fall back or you can strike from the airport for the increased defense. So now I get to do this nice maneuver, finish off the tank, complete a nice wall of infantry in a very annoying way, kill the other tank, bring this medium tank up to threaten this tank. But of course, the medium tank doesn't really want to fight over here. It wants to come over here and deal with this other medium tank. This anti-air can kill a copter, but it doesn't matter. There's going to be tank copter available to kill it next turn. So, okay. I guess that you can see the difference between what Havitz was doing with the attacks over here and what I'm doing. And that's primarily, I'm not relying on walls. Over here, I do kind of rely on a wall, although you can't go around it. I'm more relying on, I attack you aggressively, I kill off a unit, and I'm wide open to be hit, but I'm going to come out on top, maybe in 2 turns, maybe in 3 turns, maybe even just next turn. And, but I'm not trying to make myself, like, impossible to be swung at with really fancy walls, with artillery being walled on both sides and all that kind of thing. It's more like, yeah, you can go for this hit over here. I don't really care. That puts it ends up putting your tank in a really bad position for the future turns. So this is a pretty good fallback here. If these units stuck around, they would have just gotten annihilated, and then the reinforcements I would have here to this fight is faster than these ones, so I'm able to respond to any units that are built. Plus, there's just a ton of copters. So this is more of the, not quite what Havitz was doing, but similar, where you put the vehicles behind some infantry so it's harder to attack, which is kind of your more classic walling, and something that I highly recommend learning, because it's very important. Have a good night. So here, Frozen Hourglass just hits every infantry in the wall, which is fine. Could have gone over and hit these tanks too. I would have been fine with that. Here I can just join all these infantry together to keep the threat going. And then I get to take out a whole bunch of really nice first strikes. I can interrupt this capture, and now I'm threatening to take this capture. I'm also threatening to start blocking in this base. And there's no unit that can one-shot this infantry, so it's always going to be a very persistent threat. This medium tank can hit this and bring it down to like 2, maybe even 1 if it like super high rolls, although there's no comm tower. But I have a full health infantry here that can join, and the tanks don't really want to strike this infantry because there's other tanks that they have to fight. Oh, you had naval play on this map? I guess it's possible. Yeah, the harbors are there. The harbors didn't really come online for me in this game in a way that I would have utilized them, but I could see doing that. You can try and lock the center base. So Frozen Hourglass has access to the super here. And of course I'm making sure that this bomber cannot be taken out by this anti-air with the super. Can almost reach, and you can't, I also have to make sure that they can't be pinned in, so it always has this escape route over the C tile. And here's a Neo tank. This is definitely a good buy. The bomber is good. That's another good unit to come over and relieve this, but no vehicle was used to actually hit this infantry. So I just get the airport next turn, which is really scary to have an enemy airport in range of your base. And you can see these units are moving up over here, and they have their nice little wall towards my main army. In this case, they don't really need the wall because they're out of my range of most of those units. Although I can kind of do some aggressive stuff with copters, if I so choose. Sadly, one of the 1 health tanks did fall, but the other one gets the kill. Medium tank's here to threaten this other medium tank. And here you can see the APC blocks the way for this Neo tank to get directly into this fight. It's going to have to... this is kind of forcing the super out of Frozen Hourglass to hit this tank. The Neo tank could kill this APC, but it does have to base skip. And if the Neo tank does do that, that means there can't be an anti-air built, and I can just build a bomber, take the base. And here I'm just moving copters back out of anti-air range with the super, except for the one that I built on the base, or on the airport, which I then cover with a Neo tank to kill the anti-air afterwards. So here Frozen Hourglass is going to use the block rock, as they're kind of forced to, otherwise this Neo tank doesn't even get to do anything. It's a decent attack on my medium tank on the city, and I get a fighter, which is a wise choice, considering this airport is now online. And dive down here and beat up my poor mech, and kill some infantry. And here is where walling becomes really important. You can see they don't... The difference between this attack and what Havitz was doing is that after the attack, the wall was not able to develop around the units. And that's just because it had this strike from so far away that the infantry can't actually keep up. So when Havitz was going for attacks like this, it was more of like a gradual, we're moving at infantry pace kind of forward so that the wall is maintained. This is high funds, yeah. And yeah, I've got 60k income against 48k, and that's just because of how much disruption I had over here. Just recon play in general. So here we'll have a nice little fight over here. I just moved this tank out of the way. I would have liked to put it on this city, but I was fine just holding it in reserve to be a blocker later. And you can see I target down the anti-airs, and then the copters kind of swarm in, going for both comm towers at this point. Finish off the infantry. Get a surround on the medium tank. Build a bomber. Attack over here, of course. Anywhere that there's a vulnerability. You can see I'm pretty much attacking on every spot except over here, which I don't have a presence right now. And then Frozen Hourglass resigns here, which I think is a fine resign. I didn't see very good attacks for them. They might be able to kill my medium tank here. The Neo tank has really atrocious targets, but it will be able to be covered by a fighter. This comm tower can't be stopped. Something has to kill this APC. And it would have to be the Neo tank, which is luck. Not great. The fight over here, this artillery can shoot this tank. There is a mega tank here, and it's an adder mega tank, so it's going to be able to like reach this and everything. It's really nasty. There's no anti-air left. I think it's a totally fine resign. And honestly, I think that for how uneven of a rating matchup this is, Frozen Hourglass did a pretty good job. Their recon didn't just kind of flounder like I expected it to. It did get some economic damage done. And they also managed to get some properties pretty far forward while I was putting pressure on over here. They weren't able to hold off the pressure, but it's not really a fair fight. So overall, I think they performed pretty well. The carrier lock, build a carrier to lock this. They could try doing that. I can pretty easily take that out. They don't have really the presence to cover it. But yeah, they could have in response. The problem is, what do they have to spend? Oh, they don't actually have the harbor yet. Okay, they just got the harbor, so that doesn't even work. The carrier gets built and the bomber hits it. Yeah. That was mainly just a show. Well, it was one of my tournament games, but it was also the show just I guess a different type of aggression. More of a slugfest or a very scrappy fight, leaving a lot of vulnerabilities open for the opponent to hit, but they're still viable for me in the long term, even if they look somewhat dubious in the short term. Okay, let's go back to our scheduled games here. We got a Thavidu game against Nemo 86. Against Thavidu. Rachel versus Andy. And this is a Z game. So a map that I do not recognize called This Night Is Not Forever, Fog of War. Ooh, and Nemo took the penguin, so Thavidu gets to be Yellow Comet. We now return to our regularly scheduled program. Exactly. Okay. So this is a pretty interesting map. It's very, very open. It kind of reminds me of some High Funds maps I've seen. The HQs probably should have black boats on them. Otherwise, I think there's some very serious APC shenanigans that could happen here to just end the game very quickly, which might be why Nemo is kind of rushing this infantry over here. Builds an APC. I'm also not a huge fan of like this forest here. Like, what an annoying forest for an opponent to sit in. Ooh, both players are going for an APC opener though, which is very nice. It's such a far distance. I think APC is kind of mandatory. Looks like Verdun 2.0. Kinda. A lot of these properties are chained together. In fact, all of the central properties are chained in some way, which is usually frowned upon. You kind of want a few chains, but not everything chained together. Yes. Snow is a lot better than rain, yeah. It's not... It's, well, it's not so bad if there's no airport. It's one of the strongest things about snow is that it slows air units. But snow will slow infantry while rain won't. The advantage rain would have is that it slows vehicles in forests by an extra tile in comparison to snow. So there would be something going on there depending on how the forests are positioned. The capture phases are looking fine. You could even probably get away with double ABC on this map. It's just they're so far away from each other, and getting to these chained properties is really valuable early on. See what the recons can get done. Okay, jumping to this property. I think, yeah, it looks like Thavidu can't, or Nemo can't quite place this guy in a way that sets up the APC to be jumped in next turn. Too bad. Ooh. I thought that this APC was going to pick up this guy, but it looks like it's going to head more towards the center here. And Thavidu's going with heavy. So it was recon, artillery, recon, and then here comes the bread and butter kind of cannon fodder to tank spam to utilize the support vision of the recons and the covering fire of the artillery. That one dual strike campaign mission where your rockets have to go through a ton of force in the rain. I have not played the original games. Maybe we can, I don't know. I don't know if people want me to wait until Reboot Camp comes out, or if I should just like play a ROM. I don't know what people would favor there. I was planning on doing Reboot Camp, but who knows when that's coming out. Don't wait for Reboot Camp. You doubt Dual Strike will be remade. Well, if people have a good ROM, I could play that for the 100th episode. Oh, Nemo does a base skip here. I'm not sure why they have 3K. I guess what's happening. No, I don't know. I thought they might be trying to save up for triple tank, but they can get triple tank with the infantry. Reboot Camp coming 2030. Drop straight into Advanced Wars 1 hard campaign. Is that like a mode in Advanced Wars 1? Okay. Thavidu has a very nice approach here. You can see how awkward these center cities are. They can both see each other capturing. Dual strike is too weird. Okay, so the fighting is going to start pretty soon, I imagine. Okay, we have our first conflict. Nemo first to draw blood. The punish won't be too hard here for Thavidu. As Andy, you really favor some of these more brawly situations. Might try and kill the recon off or get just a first strike on this tank. Looks like we're going for the first strike on the tank. I would favor killing the recon, I think. Just because while Rachel does have to pay for the repairs, she does still have much faster healing. So while economically you'll come out ahead, I think being a whole unit ahead is going to be better in the long run. You just want to see Go7's reaction to Combai's error. Every campaign has a normal mode, and then when completed, a hard mode. Gotcha. Ooh. So these two... Oh, I see. A tank came up from... I should see this. Okay, the tank came up for Nemo here. Finishes off this Thavidu tank, and that hurts a lot for Thavidu, because of course this is Andy. Don't want to lose those tanks. Ooh, look at all the aggression from Nemo here against Thavidu. Aggression on all fronts. Its artillery is sadly not positioned in a way to actually cover against its attack, which is what you would like, and the advantage of these really early artillery is that they could be in a really nice spot. Okay, gets... Okay, in this case... Oh, can't reach the tanks, that's why. Gets the kill on this recon, very nice. And then these other tanks get to come in and avenge a bit. Which is good. So a little bit of a bluff going on here. The tanks can't see this tile. Okay, this is working out pretty nicely for Thavidu. The center is working out better for Nemo, and down here it looks pretty even. Yeah, we just heal up. We fall back a little bit. Oh, yep, we just fall back and heal up. That's totally fine. Nemo did some pretty good damage initially. Although it looks like Thavidu is actually doing better in the capture phase here, which I'm surprised by. I thought Nemo was doing pretty well there. But yeah. Okay, so these like more corner properties, Nemo's fallen behind on. Ooh, and Thavidu manages to sneak on through here and get this this nice pick off. It's going to cost a tank, but being able to capture a city here at the same time is really nice, because the same vehicles that are defending against this strike are the ones defending this capture. So you're kind of overloading them, which is really good. And Days of Ruins happened. Oh my gosh. Thavidu. Ooh, Thavidu with a rocket. Oh. Medium tank gets the one shot. That's because of some chip damage, and I think probably still a high roll on top of that. And with this CO matchup, you can kind of have that the game of chicken with the powers going on, because if you use your missiles, and Andy has some magnets set up anywhere pretty much, Andy can very quickly heal off the missile damage and just be really advantaged. But if Andy uses the power, the super aggressively, then the missile damage will last for quite a while. But on the flip side, Rachel does have a normal power that can make killing units better or easier. So oftentimes Lucky Lass can be deployed to great effect against Andy. Right now, Thavidu is looking really nice everywhere, except down here, where everything just got overwhelmed and there's a lone artillery. It needs to run away. Luckily, Luckily for this artillery, this forest is the perfect distance away. It goes for the HQ instead, which is fine. It's now covered by a Neo-tank, so that's pretty good. So we'll see how the powers play out. Right now, it looks like they're both just holding their supers, which is probably going to be, which will be beneficial for Andy or Thavidu for as long as they're able to keep up this economic advantage. Which, if this city falls, they will go even on money. Kind of goes into interrupt. Ooh, artillery gets a nice shot here. Okay, gotta be a little bit careful. Looks like this infantry got I guess trapped, trying to go into the woods.
Access granted.
This rocket is... it's relying on these sentry infantry to give the warning of when there's going to be a breakthrough, and it needs to try and hide in the woods. Very nicely placed for vision, though. Alright, here comes the covering fire. So it does pretty good damage over here. This is another thing you can do with covering fire for Rachel, is if you can kill off all the units that your covering fire hit, in this case, then it's totally fine. Unfortunately for Nemo, these the pricey vehicles that were hit are going to be able to be healed up. Some of the ones in the middle got cleaned up, which is nice. But the counterattack from these guys is going to be really scary. I'm not sure why that was done without the power. Okay. Maybe Thavidu is not going to use the super here? Alright. That's fine. Come in, get a nice hit. Boom. Extra firepower, even through the power defense bonus that Nemo had there. Another rocket. So we'll see if these rockets end up actually doing anything. This one took a long time to get over here, and now it has a buddy. It is covering these two cities. Unfortunately, because of its minimum range, it isn't actually defending the city. Okay, it's going to get to shoot a medium tank, and that's pretty nice. Okay. Thavidu's got like a little bit of a surround going on in the middle force of Nemo here, who has to fall back and leave these properties open. Wow. I would not use the artillery to scout that. I do understand the scout. I would just use the APC. And then put the artillery in the woods. Got two APCs heading back. There's kind of a lack of infantry at this point. It's mostly fighting forces. Oh my gosh, only 4 infantry left for Thavidu. Some more big boy units. Okay, Nemo's falling back over here. Does kill off that artillery. Has some indirect setup to try and take out the encroaching forces here. This rocket doesn't actually hit any of these guys, so it's very sad. It doesn't actually protect this tank either. This rocket protects the side of it. Okay, Thavidu just finishes off this tank and then falls back after seeing all those artillery. He just goes for this capture. He got this capture too. Very good. And has some APCs set up, so this is very nice to really resupply the front lines. where like Thavidu got a lot of damage done and pushed Nemo really far back. So if there was more infantry with this attack, like all of these properties would be falling. Still gets one though. And I'm sure Thavidu is very disappointed in the fact that this medium tank actually thread the needle. And did not get hit by either rocket. Oh, this recon's in a great spot. Doesn't actually get spotted, but look at everything it sees. Neotank, neotank, medium tank, medium tank, medium tank. Artillery. So with that information, Nemo should really just strike up here with all of these guys. And whatever you do, don't move that recon. It's in the perfect spot. Okay, so this rocket interrupts this cap, but this rocket's going to get to shoot this medium tank. This recon still undetected, seeing all of the vehicle movement over here. So we'll see what Nemo wants to do with this. There's definitely some lucky lass potential it can do for some covering fire, although the covering fire hitting 2 right here is huge. That is going to be devastating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, very fortunate for Thavidu that this medium tank can't be reached. That would be a huge blowout. But that is something that Rachel can do with covering fire. If there's a big group of units on the front lines, you just set yourself up for all those nice one shots. You want more Neo? Looks like people are mainly talking about advanced wars. Okay. Mechs are too slow for capping, it's true. We have a nice hyper upgrade. Rocket's gonna shoot this recon, probably. Tanks are busting on in here. Sadly, this one is gonna get taken out by the artillery, but this one is gonna get taken out by the other Neo tanks. So this is a very good engagement for Nemo. The only problem that they've got going on is that Thavidu is winning up here really, really handily, which is where the HQ is, and Thavidu is also ahead in economy. So they're going to have to do something about this. But in the meantime, they can take out these units. Oh, I probably would have killed the Neo tank instead. I guess they wanted that capture. But Thavidu will be very happy to retreat with this guy. Or maybe not. Oh. This is very, very scary. You gotta remember that for Andy, captures are very similar to kind of Sammy captures, and that you have to, not as scary as Sammy captures, but similar, and that if the super is available, you have to knock them down below 5. Okay, this is gonna hit here, infantry. Oh, almost everything hit over here. Okay, some more pretty good engagements thanks to these indirects for Nemo in this fight. Unfortunately for Thavidu, the units that got hit by the covering fire are all up here, so they didn't get taken out, and the damage will be able to be healed off for the most part. On the downside for Thavidu, there isn't actually a healthy infantry over here anymore to start taking that HQ. Which would have been a very nice prize. And then Nemo resigns because of the threat on the HQ. And the fight down here started turning, kind of ran out of the units that could actually fight. So the indirects were going to get broken pretty soon. But they did a pretty good job of fighting it. And I think Thavidu did a very good job of pressuring on all points of the map. For more continually, where Nemo had a really good like a all-out strike initially, but Thavidu had the continuous pressure that ended up taking the cities. Okay, that was 4 hours. So I'm gonna call the stream there. I hope everyone enjoyed, and then we'll be back. I might take tomorrow off because it is a holiday. Yeah, I'll take tomorrow off, and then the next day will be the 100th stream, and I will play Advanced Wars ROM for the first time, and we'll see how that goes. I will leave you with an apple, though. I hope everyone enjoyed. Have a good night.